Okay. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Today is the regular board meeting of the Santa Clara Unified Board of Trustees on Thursday, August 27th. We will call to order. I already did that. Okay, roll call. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student Trustee Suresh.
Here.
And I am here. Let us please have the introduction of our interpreter.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Dams Navarro. Catherine Hertel y yo seremos las intérpretes de español esta noche. Les damos la bienvenida a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta sesión cuenta con transmisión en vivo en el canal de español de Zoom. Para escuchar la interpretación, haga clic en el botón de interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el idioma español. Dentro de este menú también puede activar la opción para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Fairchild.
Please stand, right hand over your heart. Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mission of Santa Clara Unified is, and microphone's off. The mission of Santa Clara Unified is to provide an engaging and equitable education where each student reaches their full potential and is prepared for work and life. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that we commit to academic excellence and preparing all students to succeed in a diverse and interconnected community. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. May I please have a motion to accept the agenda?
Motion to accept, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
I have a motion from Trustee Rotterman and a second for Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student Trustee Suresh?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova being absent and Student Trustee Suresh voting yes. Okay, we'll move now to items B1 and B2. We have some recognitions. Mr. Rico.
Good evening, trustees. Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. I'm back again with some more outstanding recognitions of students. I was here in July, and I look forward to returning at most of our meetings with recognitions for students doing some pretty incredible things across our district. And tonight we're going to go out of order, if I may, because we have our first honoree is also going to be going to a sports practice right after this, but is spending her evening here with us. So I'd like to first tell you about and bring Shiloh Shalingo up to the podium. So you're welcome to come on up so I can talk about you. And she is from Cabrillo Middle School. Thank you for joining me. And I'd love to share with you that she recently secured the Senior Mixed Pair National Championship title at the USA Gymnastics Championships in Tulsa, Oklahoma, just this past June. This achievement marks a national champion at the senior elite level, excelling in balance, dynamic, combined routines, and the all-around category. It is Shiloh's first year competing at this level, and she has been invited to represent at the international level, with her next competition scheduled at the Warzensawa Acro Cup in Warsaw, Poland in September, so just next month. So we hope to hear back about that when you come back. Was it next week? Okay. Well, thank you for being here with us ahead of your travels. So we want to congratulate you for all that you are accomplishing so far. We look forward to seeing the rest of your journey here. And I'd like to invite the board down to the floor with us. So we're going to be presenting certificate and taking group photo, I'd like to invite Shiloh's mom down the floor, and also Principal Jennifer Doherty is here with us, and she's going to take a photo of this as well. And here's a certificate. Oh, we're going to come back here to the superintendent. There you go. And we'll have the trustees stay on the floor. And next, I'm excited to share with you and introduce you to Myra Bisnick. And we're going to have you come on up to the podium. And Myra is here. She's a former Cabrillo Middle School student and current Santa Clara High School freshman. So joining her tonight is also Principals Jennifer Doherty, as well as Santa Clara High School Principal Greg Shelby. And Myra is being recognized because she achieved first place in the Pulitzer Center's Global Fighting Words Poetry Contest, winning in the Information and AI category for her poem about the impact of AI on youth. Her work was selected from over 1,250 entries and is now published in the Pulitzer Center's website. Myra credits her success to the encouragement and education she received at Cabrillo Middle School, and particularly from her teacher, Miss Llewellyn Dorrell. And we want to congratulate you for your accomplishments, and we look forward to hearing about your continued successes in Santa Clara Unified. So thank you. All right. And we'd like to invite up your family. You're going to have a certificate presentation. Let me just count this here. There you go. And we'd love to invite your family and principals up to the floor to take a photo as well. That is the end of our recognition ceremonies tonight. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations again to Shiloh and Myra. And good luck in Poland, my goodness. If we had more room, we would have had Miss Shiloh do some flips, but I don't think that would have been super good in the room. Oh, she's a flyer. Okay. Okay. Super cool. Too low. Yeah. Super cool. Okay. So the board will now go into closed session. In closed session, the board will be considering the following in closed session D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, one case, student versus Santa Clara Unified School District, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 20-260-70117. Student name withheld to protect confidentiality, number 21325112. D2, Public Employee Appointment, Government Code Section 54957.6, Management, Principal, Books or Middle School. D3, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. D4, Consideration to hear the appeal of findings of an investigation into a complaint against employees per SCUSD Board Policy 1312.1. D5, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency Representatives Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official, Employee Organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. D6, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Government Code Sections 54956.9, D2 and E3, one case. D7, Conference with Legal Counsel, Pending Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, John Rose 1 through 5 versus Santa Clara Unified School District et al. D8, Conference with Legal Counsel, Pending Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, ML Doe versus Santa Clara Unified School District et al., Superior Court of California, Santa Clara County, case number 26CV500088, and D9, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54857, Agency Designated Representative, Board President Bonnie Lieberman, Title Superintendent. Missed asking for public comment on closed session agenda items. Are there any closed session agenda item comments in the room? In the Zoom, Mr. Rico? Okay. So we will close public comment and go into closed session. We anticipate being back at 8 p.m. Thank you. closed session. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Catherine Hertel, mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo seremos las intérpretes de español de esta noche. Le damos la bienvenida a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta sesión cuenta con una transmisión en vivo en el canal de español de Zoom. Para escuchar la interpretación, haga clic en el botón de interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el idioma español. Dentro de este menú también puede activar la opción para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I do the report from closed session, I just wanted to announce a change to the agenda. Item M1, appointment of the principal for Booksor Middle School, has been pulled. I don't know. Do we need to approve an amended agenda? Because we pulled M1.
Motion to approve Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda. Trustee Canova?
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead? Yes. Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0.
Trustee Rotterman says yes.
Did I skip you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Trustee Rotterman. I wrote down that you would cite that you made the motion and
Well, I effectively said yes.
yeah, right, yeah. Okay. Okay. That housekeeping done. We'll do the report from closed session.
Did we introduce the interpreter?
I did.
Oh, sorry. Missed it.
Okay. For item D. Y'all are making me crazy. Okay.
Sorry.
Item D1, a majority of the board in closed session voted 5-0 with 1 absence and 1 abstention to approve a compromise agreement in the Office of Administrative Hearings case number 2026070117 to resolve claims against the district. Motion by Trustee Rotterman and seconded by Trustee Watanabe. The roll call vote passed by a vote of 5-0 with an absence and an abstention. Trustee Canova was absent. Trustee Fairchild abstained. Jody Muirhead was yes. Andy Rotterman was yes. Michelle Ryan was yes. Kathy Watanabe was yes. And I was yes. Item D2, the board received information. Item D3, the board received information. Item D4, the board received information and took action. In closed session, the board considered the appeal of a complaint filed by a parent against a district employee pursuant to Administrative Regulation 1312.1, and also considered the superintendent designee's written decision responsive to the complaint. In closed session, the board took action to uphold the superintendent's designee's decision on the complaint and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate notices. A motion was made by Trustee Watanabe and seconded by Trustee Rotterman. The roll call vote passed by a vote of 5-0 with 2 abstentions, and the vote was as follows. Ayes, Trustee Muirhead, Trustee Rotterman, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Canova, and Trustee Watanabe. Abstentions, Fairchild and Lieberman. Item D5, the board received information. Item D6, the board received information. Item D7, the board received information and took action. On a motion by Trustee Rotterman and seconded by Trustee Fairchild, the board approved the global settlement agreement and mutual release of all claims in Joe Rowe 2 versus Santa Clara Unified School District et al. Under the terms of the agreement, Santa Clara Unified School District will pay $40,000 to John Rowe 2. The vote passed unanimously by a vote of 7-0. The ayes were Trustees Canova, Fairchild, Lieberman, Muirhead, Rotterman, Ryan, and Watanabe. Item D8, the board received information, and item D9, the board received information. We'll move now to item F1, the report from Superintendent. Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. And I want to start this evening by thanking our Education Foundation for their continued support for our students and our schools. This past Sunday, we had an opportunity. They partnered with the Bay Area FC, which is our local women's professional soccer team, for a special celebration of SUSD students and our schools. It was an outstanding event. We had an opportunity to go on the field pregame, and they had that flag logo that we walked out in the middle of the field while they sang the national anthem. And on top of that, we got the victory 1-0. So I just want to thank them, our Ed Foundation and Barrier FC for creating this experience. And I also hope that this is the beginning of a long partnership that we have with you. You're right next door to us, so we're looking forward to future events as well. The celebration continues. Please join us this Saturday. The San Jose Giants, or at least on Saturday, there'll be the San Jose Churros as they take on Visalia, which is our minor league baseball team. So we plan to pack the park. Game starts at 5 o'clock. We look forward to seeing you there. And again, thank our Ed Foundation for continuing to develop these partnerships with our local sports teams. Just yesterday, our LAMPS team, we had an opportunity to do a full day workshop with our labor management partnership. Throughout the day, we made significant progress in several areas. We discussed building a shared foundation, deepening our collective understanding, and also identifying priority areas and actionable next steps. One of the next steps that we identified is communication is extremely important. So in the very near future, you'll see detailed communication on what we're discussing in these meetings so that our entire organization and our community, they understand what's being discussed and discussions aren't happening just behind closed doors. And I want to end my report today by recognizing Women's Equality Day, which was yesterday, August 26th. Women's Equality Day commemorates the certification of the 19th Amendment, which prohibited denying citizens the right to vote on the basis of sex. Among the many leaders of the women's suffrage movement was Alice Paul, who was a prominent strategist and advocate in the campaign for the 19th Amendment. So as we recognize Women's Equality Day, we honor the generations of women who fought for greater equality and for those that continue working to ensure that opportunity, voice, and representation are extended to everyone. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We'll move now to item F2, the Student Senate Report from Student Trustee Natalie Suresh from Santa Clara High.
Okay, thank you to the board, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell, for having me to talk about what has been going on in Santa Clara High School. Oh, wait, I can use this. Oh, yeah, just a little bit about me. My name is Natalie Suresh. I go to Santa Clara High School. I'm a ASB board rep, and I'm also student trustee. A little bit in school I do. I'm a part of a lot of clubs, and I've been a part of the STEM program for around 6 years now. Oh, so yeah, what I want to talk about today, even though school hasn't really started quite yet, a lot of things have been going on. So I want to talk about first events in August that have happened, fall Santa Clara High School sports that we offer, and future events that we're looking forward to. Okay, yeah. So events in August and the first month of school. Okay, so yeah, in August, to kick off the school year, we invited our incoming freshmen to freshman orientation with the help of our Link Crew, which was the combination of seniors and juniors who put together fun games and gave them a taste of what high school is really like. On the first day, we had senior sunrise. We made the cute little signs, and we also had some seniors get like senior backpacks. And on the last day of Welcome Week, we had Welcome Rally filled with games, performances. I think that's on the next slide. Oh, wait. Could you pause the video? Sorry. But these are like reels that we did. If you want to play like one of them, or oh. So yeah, these are like examples of like reels that we recorded during senior sunrise. If you want to play like one of them. On the right is like our predictions of what we do in 10 years, and then the left is just like just one. We can do whatever, which one?
years, I hope to be in law school, happy, and in New York City with my life.
In 10 years, I'm in a New York City penthouse making 7 figures, sipping some wine, I don't know, something like that. 10 years, I'm gonna be a physical therapist.
In 10 years, I hope to be done with school and I will hopefully have a family by then and be financially stable.
In 10 years, I would have graduated, hopefully a biotech, research tech, or a researcher by now.
In 10 years, I'll be still mugging the Bay Area. In 10 years, I'm gonna be happy, successful, and content with my life.
In 10 years, hopefully I am very successful and have a family.
In 10 years, I'm gonna marry a rich wife.
And hopefully we'll be in California with the families.
Years, I hope to be starting a family and be surrounded by the people I love, and like have some type of career starting going on. Be comfortable.
In 10 years, I hope I'm in diagnostics and options.
10 years, I'm gonna be unemployed.
In 10 years, I'm gonna have my seaplane license and I'm gonna be unemployed because I hope to be retired.
In 10 years, I can be financially stable.
In 10 years, I want to be abroad in the UK, probably teaching. That's something I really like to do.
Years, I see myself with a profession that I worked for and studied for and just traveling and traveling.
10 years, we're gonna be construction workers. 10 years, I'll be a bus driver. That's it.
10 years, I hope I'm a large animal vet.
In 10 years, I hope I'm a physical therapist.
In 10 years, I'm gonna be living somewhere abroad and having traveled the world.
Yeah, so this was just a little bit of a taste of how we were able to get together for our last first day and just connect over games and watching the sunrise and taking cute pictures and, you know, envisioning ourselves in 10 years. And I think it was really nice. On the Friday of Welcome Week, we also had our welcome rally we have each year. Mr. Butler sang our famous alma mater, and the Spirit Squad and dance and games were also played by our Santa Clara High School Spirit Squad, so that was also pretty cool. A lot of fall sports are happening right now. So at Santa Clara, we offer girls field hockey, girls volleyball, girls tennis, girls flag football, boys football, water polo, girls golf, and cross country. And some future events at Santa Clara High School. Friday Night Lights, our first home game is next Thursday and the theme is neon. So we're super excited for that. And we also have the Spirit Squad and marching band also involved throughout the night. So it's just a great way. And the fried Oreos never miss. So I'm super excited for that. And we also have Club Rush on Friday, September 12th during lunch. And in the past, we have over 80 clubs on campus. So it's just a great way, especially for the freshmen, to connect and meet new people and find their interests and hobbies real quick through the year. And lastly, one of my favorite events, my last homecoming, and this year our theme is Pixar movies, and the theme is Ratatouille, sophomores picked Monsters, Inc., juniors picked Inside Out, and obviously the best seniors picked Toy Story. But thank you so much for listening. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Natalie. Okay. We'll move now to our reports from our union presidents. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, student trustee Suresh, great report. Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. Oh, Ms. Burrell, well, she'll come back. I'll start tonight by thanking our LAMPS team for dedicating yesterday to a productive day-long session focused on building our partnership. On the team, we have Ian Jackson, Bonnie Lieberman, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Wright, Stephanie Alapin, Mark Scheel, Joel Stefani, and myself. Guided by Gustavo Morales, we worked through activities to map out key district goals, priorities, and the major hurdles ahead of us. We revisited the 3 pillars of good partnership we learned about at the June conference: trust, equity, and communication. As a system, I think we all know these pillars need shoring up in Santa Clara Unified. UTSC looks forward to additional planning discussions on how we will address these core areas. Recently, I began wondering about the purpose and the audience for my UTSC reports here at the board meetings. In my opinion, the key objectives of my president's reports are the following: advocating for staff concerns, providing the board with insight from the nearly 1,000 members that I represent, highlighting accomplishments, addressing policy and labor matters, and strengthening accountability. Through the years, I have addressed every single one of these objectives, though not every one of them in every report. It is my responsibility to come to relay the concerns of our members, advocate for their needs, and request accountability. I do not have the luxury to come to these meetings and only speak of rainbows and unicorns. My reports speak to these three essential groups all at once: you, the school board, our broader Santa Clara community, and our union membership, ensuring everyone receives the same clear message. So now allow me to weave the first part of my report in with my second part. I know some of you listening tonight worry over the state of our partnership in Santa Clara Unified, worry that it's damaged beyond repair. Let me state unequivocally, that is not the case. During the first 2 weeks of this school year, when our CSEA president and I visited nearly every school in our district, we have 2 more to go, we were warmly greeted by site administration. They said over and over again, "Come anytime. We love to have you visit us whenever you're available." And in every single instance, I learned from staff that this school year was off to a good start. That is evidence of partnership in place. Since visiting sites, several administrators contacted me seeking input and advice about sticky situations I cannot and will not discuss in public, and we resolved them. That is the evidence of partnership. For more than a year, grievances have been handled by union leadership and by administration at such an early stage that they never reach your level. That is the evidence of partnership. Many MOUs have been bargained and negotiated between UTSC and the district, everything from staff reassignment, last year's layoffs, to preschool and secondary co-teaching, to release time, to a very narrow and specific job description. These are all evidence of partnership. One of the problems in our profession is that we are problem solvers. I say it's a problem because when we solve a problem, we immediately pivot and move on to the next situation that needs to be fixed. We are bad at celebrating successful resolutions. We are great at celebrating student success. And at the very same time, we struggle to celebrate our own successes. This district has many successes from the partnership, ones you have not heard about, nor have you seen, ones our community and our staff have not heard about because they are private and confidential matters. Moving forward, I commit to sharing more successes with you with the ones that I can, so that when our labor leaders come before these meetings with our concerns and frustrations, you have a more complete picture of what it means to be in a healthy partnership. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Ms. Alpin.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Brawl. Tonight, I will share 3 things with you. The first 2 weeks of school site visits, what I'm hearing from classified staff, and a few takeaways from our LMI workshop yesterday with the LAMPS team. Over the first 2 weeks of school, I've had the opportunity to visit our schools and see the work happening and those first few weeks are a lot for everyone. Students are adjusting, schedules are changing, and the staff are keeping things steady for our students to ease into the new year. Thank you to the UTSC president, Ms. Wysocki, for taking on the challenge with me of visiting 28 sites in just 2 weeks. We got to see our members doing their work, but we also got to see them, the real reason why we're here, the students, and that was really heartwarming for me. As the CSEA president, a lot of the time I hear from the members when something is wrong. They're stressed, frustrated, unsure, or they need help. So it felt really good to just be with my people when there wasn't really necessarily a problem to solve, to talk and to laugh with them, seeing them do their jobs and celebrate them every day, celebrate the everyday things that are going right. There is a lot of really good work happening at our sites every day, and classified staff are a huge part of that. That brings me to something that unfortunately has not been very positive for classified, and that is Keenan trainings. There has been a tremendous amount of unnecessary pressure put on classified staff at some sites to get these done immediately. The classified staff should have been included in welcome back staff meetings, collaboration time, and those opportunities at the beginning of the year to reconnect with their teams to better understand where their sites are going instead of being intentionally excluded. This became much more stressful and divisive than it ever needed to be. If we are trying to build trust and make classified staff feel like they belong, then site leadership has to do much better with things like this. The reasons I heard justifying the exclusion of classified staff from these opportunities were not kind or acceptable. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about our LMI LAMPS work group yesterday. I left thinking a lot about collaboration, trust, communication, and what partnership actually means to me. I struggle with using the word partnership, and this is why. My experience as president at the 30,000-foot level is very different from what my members experience at their sites every day, and I have to keep that in mind. At the same time, I see the value of the team's work happening at this level. We have been able to pick up the phone over the weekend, come to the table to after hard conversations, work through things at 9 p.m. on a Friday, prevent grievances, solve problems, and fix things before they become bigger issues. We don't share or celebrate these collective wins enough, and we should be. I am committed to doing my part to work together. This doesn't mean that we're always going to agree, and it can't be a word leveraged on people when they don't. There will be disagreements. Sometimes it will mean that somebody at the table saying, I don't think this is working. And we have to be able to hear that without treating it as a personal attack or a failure on the work that we do together. If we keep students at the center, a healthy structured system as the goal, listen to each other and make sure the right people are at the table, I believe we can do some really meaningful work together, and that is what's best for students. That's all from CSEA tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to item G2, which is a presentation from our Santa Clara Schools Foundation.
I've only done this a few times. So good evening, trustees, our student trustee, Ms. Burrell, Superintendent Wright. My name is Kimberly Williams. I am the newly elected president of the Santa Clara Schools Foundation, and I am here to basically kick us off. So the Santa Clara Schools Foundation, for those of you that don't know, was founded in 1992. We, for over 30 years, have been helping the Santa Clara Unified School District with supporting the students, the staff, and the community. And our budget for the past 30 years has actually grown from $30,000 to $300,000. So we have been doing this work and this good work for quite a while now. And I just realized that I am underdressed, so I need to represent. So the one thing that I did want to make sure is that a lot of people don't know about the Schools Foundation. We don't know the work that we've been doing. And so we wanted to come here and be able to share exactly what we're doing, the partnerships that we are creating, and how we intend to continue to grow. So with that, I want to introduce Steve Neese, our Executive Director.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not going to do most of the speaking, don't worry. I have two fantastic students behind me. Raksha and Drew have committed a year of service. You may remember last year, the foundation switched from having a student do one project one time and then moving on to a full year working for the Santa Clara Schools Foundation with a mentor. And this year we have 7 students, and the 2 you're going to hear from are helping to tell the story about the Schools Foundation. They manage our marketing. That really cool soccer event we went to on Sunday was organized by one of these students, and the baseball game tomorrow was organized by another student. They do everything from learning how to fundraise to public speaking. They give up a huge portion of their summer to hang out with me after hours, and we do project management training, AI tools. And instead of having another adult volunteer do a job, we thought to ourselves, how can we turn this into a learning opportunity for a student? So without further ado, I'd like to have Drew and Raksha come up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raksha Srivastava. I am a senior at Wilcox High School, and I'm so honored to be able to present to all of you guys today. So I'm sure, as you know, most of the time an SESF board member gives this report, and tonight me and Drew are happy to be able to present it to you. As SUC students, we're not just an audience for the foundation's work, we're also been able to help carry it out. So this annual report reflects Board Policy 1260, which recognizes SESF as an independent educational foundation, supporting SUC students and staff, and encourages the foundation to provide regular updates to the board. Our goal is to be able to show what SESF brought into the district this past school year, the 4 areas it went to, and how fellows learned by providing that support. So in the last year, SESF has brought nearly $500,000 in financial and resource support into the Santa Clara Unified School District. It went to 4 areas: learning resources, targeted support for students and families, college career workforce activities, and student scholarships. The foundation doesn't decide what schools need. We listen to teachers, staff, schools, district programs that identify needs. Our job is to find the resources that fulfill them. During the 2025 to 2026 school year, we invested more than $90,000, and that grew into almost $300,000 in total resources. That's a 3-to-1 return on investment coming from donations, matching opportunities, and partnerships. Every single one of those dollars started with a staff member asking for something specific. At Ponderosa Elementary, a teacher asked for a carpet, a designated spot where students could gather for story time and stay focused on the book. At Peterson Middle, a librarian asked for podcast equipment so her students could record their own audio. Her goal was to amplify student voices. And at Kathleen McDonald High School, a PE teacher asked for pickleball equipment so that students can have the opportunity to build lifelong healthy habits. These are all very different requests, all from students who knew what their students needed. Across the district this year, that added up to 57,000 student learning experiences. The foundation spent over $60,000 reducing financial barriers. That's backpacks and school supplies, shoes and clothing, and other essentials for students. It's one of the foundation's least complicated works, but it's the most direct in its impact. Fellows are able to support this work by recruiting and coordinating volunteers, preparing materials, communicating with staff, and helping with distributions. I'd like now I'd like to pass it over to Drew so he can tell you all more about the Fellows Program.
Thank you, Raksha. Good evening, everyone. My name is Drew Madriaga, and I am a senior at Wilcox and part of the Foundation Program. So continuing where Raksha left off. Okay. Considering where she left off, $73,000 supported college, career, and workforce activities for middle and high school students. The High School Fellows Program is one example of that work, and it's the reason that we're standing here today. The Fellows Program gives us responsibility for real SCSF projects that serve the district, not just simulations and classroom assignments. We get mentoring and guidance, especially from our friend Steve Neese, but we are expected to communicate with adults and community partners, manage our own work plans, meet deadlines, solve problems, and explain why the work matters. For other aspects of the impact SCSF has made on career exploration, the ability to upgrade middle school virtual reality equipment, and the funding of field trips for high school students to meet real professionals in real professional settings sets students up for curiosity and success moving forward in their careers. Speaking about the future, we continue to support students through scholarships. We award totaling to over $50,000 to 34 Santa Clara Unified graduates. Those scholarships come from community partners, local businesses, service clubs, and families who want their support to follow our graduates as they continue their education. For a lot of these students, that's the key to their future. And this is a slide that we came here to show you guys. Fellows work inside all 4 areas of support, building our skill sets while supporting our communities. So here's one example. Fellows Ashmita and Ashvin are implementing SCSF's 3-year, $100,000 financial literacy partnership with the Mission City Federal Credit Union, serving elementary, middle, and high school students. Right now, they are developing activities for elementary students, preparing program materials, and coordinating volunteers. By helping create opportunities for other SCUSD students, we gain our own learning experiences in leadership, service, communication, and so much more. Our work helps SCSF provide more resources across the district. And here's our closing message for today. Students are more than recipients of support. We help plan and deliver it. As students, the fellows bring a unique perspective to the foundation's work. We're able to help judge whether an idea will be useful to students or how opportunities should be communicated, and what might stop a student from participating in something in the first place. SCSF brings community resources into SCUSD, responds to needs identified by educators, and creates opportunities for students to serve the common good. We are aware, however, that our reach does not extend to McDonald and Mission Early College High School students. We are actively, or in terms of the fellow program, we are actively working on being able to include these students from these schools within the school's foundation to assist in the capabilities that we provide. Thank you to the SCUSD Board of Trustees, to the district staff and families, to the SCSF board, our donors, volunteers, and community partners. We're happy to take your questions.
Thank you, guys. We have some questions from our trustees. Trustee Canova.
Just wanted to say, what a powerful presentation.
Thank you.
And have been on this board the longest of anyone, and I was there in '92 when this was launched. And my gosh, if we had any idea that it was going to become what it is today, I'm glad I'm here to see it. It's just a great presentation, really powerful, so well done. Just congratulations on all your good work.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Ryan.
Yeah, I'll just echo the comments. Fantastic presentation. Really enjoyed learning more about all the work, especially the fellows are doing. And I haven't been on the board as long as Jim, but I remember when I joined the board, I was talking to the superintendent at the time about the foundation because I was familiar with schools foundations in some other districts. And she talked about how at the time, the foundation wanted to stay small, and we both were a little puzzled by that. And so I love to see how it's expanded and you're doing so much, and it's become so much more in the last several years, and really excited to see what you'll be accomplishing this year. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I know how hard you all work to make the foundation successful. And I know one of the items that the foundation participates or uses to do fundraising is the Fireman's Fun Run. And it's usually in December, if I remember correctly. And I have participated in it a couple of times. And it's a wonderful way for the community to come and support the wonderful work that you do. So I encourage everybody to sign up for the fun run this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Fairchild.
Oh, and sorry, just one more comment. The Firehouse Run for this year will be on November 15th. So if anyone was looking to participate, please keep that date in mind.
Fabulous. Thank you. It's always a delight to have our students present. I think the trustees sit up a little straighter. I know that I first became aware of the Schools Foundation when I was a school psychologist and I needed preschool assessment toys during the one of our economic downturns, and you bought them for me. Maybe not you, maybe not anyone who was here at the time, but my principal said, see if we can get them to buy them. And thank you, and Target. So I had no idea that this foundation existed. And so I'm glad that
At that time, it was a little smaller, but it's nice to see that it's grown. And I appreciate that it's not only grown in as far as its economic impact, but as far as bringing students on as well as a mentorship program, because that is equally as impactful. And it was fun as well to be with you on that opening day,
Yeah, I
to
remember.
welcome back all the staff. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Rotterman?
Lo que ustedes
I want
lograron
to
en el
commend with Steve Neese's leadership
Yo quisiera
and volunteers.
felicitar a Steve y a todo el programa de liderazgo.
Okay, very good. I'm speaking 2 languages at once. It's pretty good. But anyway, and volunteers like Kimberly Williams that have stepped up to be executive director, and now the fellows, fantastic. The expansion of services in the last, I'm not sure exactly how many years, but it's been fairly rapid. And the amount of work that you've done, the programs you've done, the amount of money that you've collected in recent years is truly impressive. And I really appreciate all of your leadership. I had the privilege of helping out at Bracker distributing backpacks the other day. That was a hoot. I had a lot of fun doing that. And so please keep doing what you're doing and keep reaching out to other organizations in the community. I know you're doing a great job of partnering with other nonprofits, which is probably part of your success. Thank you.
Trustee Muirhead?
Well, I just want to say, I echo other trustees in saying thank you for the work. It's always wonderful to hear students presenting. So Steve has the right idea when he knows to bring students in front of us. And I really appreciate that there's that synergy going on between the foundation, which is bringing so many resources and working with the kids directly. Because then they can see how this all works, and hopefully they'll continue it as they grow up and want to give back to the community again later on in their adult lives. So thank you all for all the work you're doing, and good presentation. Good job, guys.
I just wanted to shout out Drew because I emailed him Saturday night asking him if he could get me more tickets for the Bay FC game. And not only did he check his email Sunday morning, but he said, absolutely. And he transferred the tickets and I was able to add people to my guest list. So your dedication and your response was just like timely and professional, and like it was great. You were a pleasure to talk with and work with, and the event was seamlessly done. It was a blast. So thank you guys for all the work that you do for the foundation and for our district. Keep going. That's great. So I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say, but thank you. Okay. We are now going to move to public comment on unagendized items. Oh, we don't? We do? Where am I looking? Oh yeah, we do. I'm sorry. I'm not out of sorts today. I don't know. Okay, so we have G3, the presentation about a comprehensive school counseling program. My apologies.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Lieberman, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Amy Herron, and I am the lead school counselor. And we are so excited to be sharing our presentation with you this evening. Before I dive in, I just want to point out these 2 photographs that you're looking at. The top picture is of the Wilcox and Peterson counselors at the American School Counseling Association conference this last July, receiving their national award for exemplary school counseling. Very proud of them. And the bottom picture is of a Lean In Girls Leadership Development Group that runs at our middle schools. You've probably heard of the Lean In organization. It's run by Cheryl Sandberg, and she actually gave us a shout out for using her material. We're the first public school district to use some of her materials. It's usually reserved for private and independent schools. So we're very grateful. Okay, so teacher clarity has been a big focus this year, so we're going to do our best attempt at counselor clarity. So if we do our jobs well tonight, by the end of the presentation, you will be able to name the 3 domains of school counseling. You'll be able to explain why we're school counselors and not academic or guidance counselors. And you will be able to give examples of how school counselors systematically center equity and improve student outcomes. So as I had mentioned before, we model our program after the American School Counseling Association national model. And all our programs are delivered systematically through a multi-tier system of support. So gone are the days when school counselors would sit in their office and put out fires and be reactive and serve only those students who would come and seek out them, or the parents who happen to know how to get a hold of them. We're aiming for no random acts of guidance. We use data to drive our programs, to measure results, and to make sure that what we're doing is effective. Our goal is to close achievement gaps and to increase equity. Last November in the New York Times, in the LA Times, they reported on a study that was put out by the UCLA Center for the Transformation of Schools. And they found that American School Counseling Association model comprehensive programs are a critical lever for advancing educational equity and student well-being, particularly in districts that have a high needs or diverse population. We are called school counselors because we operate in 3 domains: academics, social emotional learning, and college and career readiness. We are uniquely positioned. Something distinct about our department is that while we're tracking sort of big picture metrics like graduation rates, A through G completion, DNF lists, newcomer progress, we get to work with students directly every single day. Every single student, grades 6 through 12, is assigned a school counselor. One researcher found that students of color and first-generation students are twice as likely to name their school counselor as the most influential adult in their thinking about planning for life and work after high school. And those references are down at the bottom if you'd like to read more about that. As I said, we deliver our program systematically through a multi-tier system of support, and it's really designed to serve all students. I've used an analogy before, and I think I'll reference back to it, but I like to explain school counseling by using a Costco analogy. And I want to credit Dana Pollock for coming up with this analogy. She's a TOSA here in the district. But in the same way that Costco carries all the same set of products across all of their stores across the United States, like cheese and eggs and milk and giant slices of pizza, we at our schools are aligned across the district with our curriculum. So a 6th grader at Peterson is going to get the same lesson as a 6th grader at Buxer and Cabrillo and Huerta and so forth. All of our 8th graders participate in a series of lessons that prepare them for high school and the transition. So we have that aligned universally. When we talk about tier 2, this is kind of, if we go back to Costco, this is the specific set of products that are stocked to serve their local community. So this is the surfboards in Santa Cruz and the bear spray in Alaska. In the same way, at our campuses, the school counselors are looking into local data of the student population and seeing who is demonstrating more needs and creating targeted interventions. And so last year, every single one of our targeted interventions was for multilingual learners and Hispanic students. And we're going to share the results of those interventions in a moment. And tier 3 is really the crisis intervention. This is where we do the highest level of intervention, often behavioral and academic. And I want to say, because we get a lot of questions about tier 3. So we work in tier 3 in partnership with wellness, with school psychologists and other school staff. These are your threat assessments, your safety plans, your securely alerts, and non-graduating seniors. So in the same way that if a patient went to an emergency room, they would be seen first by a nurse who would take vitals, who would triage and decide what level of care is needed. A student in crisis will first see a school counselor who will then decide what their level of need is and then pull other specialists or other colleagues in to support those needs. So I am going to step aside now and get to the heart of the presentation, which is our data and our results and our goals from last year. So I'm very happy to turn it over to school counselors from the individual sites to share with you the outcomes of their work from last year.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Katie Weeks, and I am in my 23rd year working as a school counselor at Santa Clara High School. The more recent years of the work have been particularly rewarding because we have built and implemented a program to reach all students, and that means everything to me. One example of that is the alignment of our Tier 1 classroom lessons. All of the students at Santa Clara, Wilcox, and McDonald get the same lessons on topics such as graduation requirements, how to apply to college, career pathways, just to name a few. This Tier 1 work is anchored in preventing a crisis before it starts. I have found it to be both effective and very important. We cover specific content because data shows disparities in college-going rates among Hispanic and English language learners. The 9th grade lessons specifically include how to get involved in high school, how to communicate with their teachers, how to use their tutorial time effectively, graduation requirements, college entrance requirements, and academic goal setting. When we are in the classroom, we teach using clear learning targets, active learning strategies, and pre and post tests to measure our work. Last year in the freshman class, we saw an overall 30% decrease in the number of F grades at the end of semester 1. Also, the post-test showed that 90% of the freshmen now know how many credits that they need to pass to graduate. I believe that the information and activities covered in the counseling lessons help 9th graders stay on track and pass more classes in their first semester of high school.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Oscar Martinez. I'm a school counselor at Santa Clara High School. At the start of last school year, our counseling team established, as you can see on the graphs, right, a Tier 2 intervention targeting advanced English language learners and Hispanic freshmen. The reason we focus on targeting English language learners and Hispanic students is because of the disproportionately high number of Ds and Fs. Furthermore, research consistently shows that the 9th grade academic performance is the strongest single predictor when it comes to graduation success, making early targeted support critical. Our specific objective was to reduce the number of Ds and Ms among these students by 15%. Within this focus group, we wanted to move from 41 Ds and Fs that we had down to 35 between the first progress report till the end of the semester. Building directly on our Tier 1 school-wide foundational support, we met with these targeted students individually and in small groups every 2 to 3 weeks. We wanted to provide essential support, hands-on interventions focusing on these key pillars. Study skills, we wanted to make sure students were using their time wisely. We helped them with time management, organizational system, such as note-taking skills, utilizing their calendar so they could effectively organize themselves and complete assignments in a timely manner. Students' communication with teachers, right? That was a big one, helping students learn how to communicate effectively with their teachers, whether it's in person, through email, and ask the right questions so they could receive the right support to make up assignments, make up tests, so on and so forth. And teacher partnerships. We worked directly with teachers within these 2 to 3 weeks to track student progress and also discuss strategies to support students in need. If certain strategies didn't work, we continue to work together just to make sure we continue to help these students grow in the class. So I'm proud to share that we exceeded our objective. So rather than the 15% reduction that we first set, we achieved a 54% decrease in Ds and Fs within this group, bringing the total down from 41 Ds and Fs to just 19, with the most notable improvement seen in the drop of Ds. In addition, our target group even outperformed the entire freshman class when it came to Ds and Fs near the same time period by roughly 20%. Speaking as a former English language learner myself, contributing to this level of growth for our students is what makes this work very meaningful.
Hello, my name is Carmen Maciel. I am also an EL learner. I learned English when I was in my first year of middle school. Now I am a school counselor at Dolores Huerta Middle School. When our school counseling department looked at the data, we saw that we had a really high number of LTELs, or long-term English learners. We decided as a team that we would create interventions, and it was to reduce the number of LTELs and help them in their journey to be reclassified or be RFID. Our goal was by May 20, is it there? Yes. By May 2026, students classified as LTELs will decrease in number by 25%, from 32 to 24 students. After looking for a root cause, we learned that students did not fully understand the reclassification process. We formed 2 small interventions with students, and we met 6 times for 30 minutes with those groups, 30-minute sessions, 6 times. And we cover strategies for the 4 language domains, which are reading, speaking, writing, listening, as well along with test-taking tips. I am happy to report that when we got the LPAT results, we saw that we were able to reduce the number of LTELs by 25%. And although it was school counselors that delivered the small group interventions, it was a team effort with the ELD teachers, the LSAT, the EL coordinator. We came together, and those are the results.
Good evening. My name is Amarina Fidani, and I'm a school counselor at Peterson Middle School. And our data showed that our ELL population, they earn a disproportionate amount of Fs if you compare us to the student body at large. And we specifically looked at last year in Q1 that our intermediate English language learners had a higher number of Fs among our EL students. So we created our goal around that. By the end of Q2, our EL intermediate students who earned 1 or more F in Q1 will decrease their total number of Fs earned on their Q2 report card by 23%, from 26 to 20. And for us, for searching for a root cause, we learned that our intermediate English learners need more time with the curriculum. A class period is just not sufficient. So to address this, we started an after-school homework help program with peer tutors to work specifically with those intermediate EL students who earned failing grades in Q1. And providing this intentional time and space to get their assignments done, we saw these students make significant progress. Yay. And I'm happy to report that by the end of Q2, we well exceeded our goal. Instead of a 23% decrease in the number of Fs, we saw a 42% reduction. And like Carmen said, we're really thankful for the collaboration with the other key players at Peterson that helped make this outcome a reality. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Chavez, and I'm a counselor at Wilcox High School. My caseload also includes all of our EL beginning students to provide an extra layer of support. This is Adam Rios, and he's also a counselor at Wilcox. Our goal is in alignment with LCAP goal number 1, which is to raise student achievement and narrow opportunity gaps. However, historically, only 20 to 30% of Hispanic students in our district met the A through G requirements, which was unacceptable. So our goal was by June 2026, our 9th grade Hispanic students with 1 or 2 Ds and Fs on the first quarter report card will decrease at the end of the year by 15%, so from 65 to 55. After looking at possible causes, we learned that students were lacking executive functioning skills. So in order to address these needs, we created small groups focused on developing skills to become successful students. The groups covered topics such as time management, organization, and emailing their teachers.
A little taller, I'm gonna break this up a little bit. Good evening. I'm happy to share that in the 2025 and 2026 school year, we did meet our goal of reducing D and F grades among our 9th grade Hispanic group by 15%. I also wanted to share just a little bit about how we got here. If you could please direct your attention to the bar graphs on the right. In 2023 and 2024, we established our goal to improve achievement within our Hispanic population. We tried a lot of different things, including math tutoring and career exploration, but we still saw DNF rates climb. This was a little bit discouraging, but we stayed hopeful and continue to search for the root cause really behind why students are earning D and F grades. The real magic came when we started teaching executive functioning skills. Right, we found out very, very quickly that teaching students how to organize, plan, and advocate for themselves were extremely valuable tools that were missing. Helping students understand the importance of not putting their entire email in the subject line was such a unique challenge. We were happy to share that this time we saw a 15% reduction, which is the first time we've seen a reduction from the first quarter to the end of the school year. I would like to specifically acknowledge and thank Board Member Jody Muirhead for being a part of our advisory council and really asking us some difficult questions in those meetings, such as, how do you know that this effort is worth it and that your interventions are truly working? That question helped us refine our practice, and we're very, very excited that this work resulted in more Hispanic students being A3G eligible, which means all those doors are still open for them. Thank you.
So I hope that this their sharing was encouraging to you. I think it is an example of how we really do take data seriously, and we're constantly tracking it to make sure that our interventions are effective. The examples that you heard tonight are successful ones. Sometimes it takes a while through root cause analysis to find out what the root cause is. And so we have other data reports that are in your board documents that will show some snapshots from different sites. Some are still working to identify that root cause, and that we're seeing that as part of the process. We do track every contact that we make in an effort to just continue to get better in and more effective in our programming. We're really excited that our work aligns very closely to the North Star, from having Tier 1 aligned lessons to every site providing targeted supports for multilingual learners, to supporting A through G completion and graduation rates, or having a fully implemented SEL curriculum at the middle school. We're excited to continue this work in partnership. To close, we just want to restate that we're committed to continuous improvement. We have 2 more schools applying for that national recognition for this year. And our school counseling program presented, not just got an award, but they presented their programming at the American School Counseling Association this last summer. And we are going to present again in San Diego in February of 2027 because our program has become an exemplar to others. So we are just grateful for this opportunity to share with you. We really do feel committed to the North Star vision, and that all students can succeed and reach their full potential in work and life. And I hope you got a sense for our efforts in that area tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Canova.
I always love your presentation. I always love the Costco reference. I'm not allowed in Costco because my wife goes in there with a plan, and I'm an impulse buyer, so I'm lifting the car. But I love the example. I love the presentation, the data. I love the way that you tied it to the North Star. I serve on the Metro Ed Governing Board, and all the districts involved in the Metro Ed Governing Board recognize the importance of counselors getting kids into the right programs. And sometimes those programs are on the campus at Metro Ed. And you just play such a critical role. There's so many choices and options in front of our students when they go through their experience here at Santa Clara, and you're there to guide them, to help them, the academics, career in college. I mean, these critically important things, and you're there to guide them and give them that, help them make the best use of their 4 years in high school to really achieve something and get set up for their lives. So have no doubt this board, this entire board, really recognizes and values what you do. It's so important what you do. I'd love to be right there doing it with you, frankly. I think if there was anything in the district that I would want to do if I were working for the district, I think that's where I would want to be, where you are, because it's really an exciting place to be.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. This was a presentation that I would call very courageous. And the reason I would use that word is because it was so honest about where we were struggling in meeting the needs of some of our students. and where our students were performing. And sometimes that's hard to be. Sometimes we come into a public setting and we want to present ourselves as doing everything really, really well. And I really respect the fact that for each slide, you presented an issue, that's something that wasn't going so well, a goal, a very realistic goal. It wasn't like we were going to solve the problem tomorrow. It was a very realistic goal. Identified a root cause, and then what intervention you were going to try, and then even maybe some interventions that didn't go so well. I think that's very courageous. It's a very courageous process. And then to see the results of that. As adults, we have to be willing to go there to be able to meet the needs of our students, to be able to see those huge gains that you've been able to see, which is very inspiring. I find this presentation very courageous and inspiring. But the question that is going through my head is, I know there's been a lot of facilitation by Amy, and how are we going to continue seeing this progress this year? How are you going to continue to facilitate, and what does it look like? How do we continue to move the needle?
Thank you for the question. It is a constant point of conversation for our department. You know that we've been through some restructuring, and so all of us have some concerns about going backwards and kind of reverting to a reactive or kind of a putting out fires, not being able to serve all students. So, you know, we're still negotiating that and doing our best to be creative, and also having to make some choices about where we want to prioritize. And, you know, we're all hopeful, we're very committed to the work, but it is challenging given some new circumstances. The realities have kind of changed for us, and we're still negotiating that.
I think one of the things that I would like to see is just for us to, if I can finish my thoughts, sorry, is to monitor that as this year progresses, because the North Star is important, and this is definitely one of those things that is aligned, and it feels like it is meeting those needs that we want to be met. So I appreciate, again, thank you for such a courageous, honest, and inspiring presentation.
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you for the presentation. I've enjoyed working on the advisory committee with Wilcox. It was really enlightening to me how you were, I really appreciated that you were really looking at the root cause, like you were identifying students and figuring out why these students weren't achieving at levels that they were able to, that you showed that they could, and then offering what they needed and not what you thought they needed. So I think that is a great reflection on this, is that you really were looking at student need. So I appreciate that. I had two questions. One is, you mentioned that there's 2 more going for that ramp designation, and I don't remember if I saw it in your report about which 2 schools those were. And then my other question is, so this is last year's data. Some of your schools you've presented did really well. Some of the schools didn't. It's in the report. So we can see that it's not all roses. There's still work to be done. So I'm wondering how you're using last year's data. Where does that lead you? And maybe you don't know yet, and I understand that it's still early in the year. But do you have plans, or when will you have plans for what your goals and your root cause analysis for this year, because it's not just a one-time thing, this is ongoing. So when will you have that information so that you are looking at either the same or a new group of students?
Thank you for the questions. So to answer your first question, the two schools who are planning to go through the ramp process is our McDonald High School and Wilson High School. And Wilson High School, I'm a half-time counselor there now. So we'll be working on that over the next year or so. To answer your second question, there are a lot of learning lessons from going through the root cause. You know, some things work, some things don't work, and sometimes we don't get it quite right. So, but I think we're getting better at doing the process, the analysis, where we're surveying students, their parents, and teachers, and trying to put together a puzzle that points us to the right intervention. And I think we're getting better at that and realizing that there's certain things that are in our locus of control. One example was that we had a high number of Fs in algebra. And so all the counselors put on their math tutoring hats and thought, well, maybe we can help them boost up their math skills. But then realizing that was not sustainable, that we don't actually have control over their learning in math. We can support, but that's not really within our job. So we're figuring that out. But we're having very good success with the executive functioning. It seems like there is a hidden curriculum around how to be a successful student, and making that explicit to everyone has been a powerful lever for improving student success. So we're going to see what the grades are, first progress report. We're going to look at last year's final grades. That usually helps us to identify who the target groups are. And then we will go from there about doing a root cause analysis and then creating an intervention that is appropriate for their needs.
That's great. And each year, are you targeting ninth graders so that each year it's a new group of students, or are you following students through?
We've done different things. We started with the ninth graders at Santa Clara because the research shows that it was just a great place to start, because research shows that performance in ninth grade is the highest predictor of whether a student will graduate and what their future options will be. So we wanted to be preventative. Wilcox has gotten very good at providing these interventions. So they started with who are now 11th graders.
Yeah, so we have three groups total. We'll have a new ninth grade group.
And it's been successful, so they want to continue that. So that's in the plan to, again, look at the data, but to continue providing intervention for students in the small groups with executive functioning skills. We'll see what the needs assessment says and what their root cause analysis reveals, but that has shown to be pretty effective.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, there's a lot in this presentation to like. One of the things that I picked up on, or at least it's a passion for me, is too often we hear about plans that are going to happen sometime in the future. We've been working really hard to make this plan, and someday it's going to help our students. I've been sort of relentlessly pressuring the poor superintendent about today's students now. And one of the things I saw about yours is that you're planning, you're working, you're iteratively adjusting to serve the kids that are now that you're working with today. You're not waiting to say, well, we'll plan this all and do it sometime in the future. You're actually making things happen now. You're helping students right now. You're seeing positive results right now. And that to me is just very exciting. So thank you.
Any other comments? You good? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we will have public comment on unagendized items. The board has a policy on civility. It is Board Policy 1313. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. So I'll call everyone up 3 at a time. You'll turn the microphone on. When it turns green at the bottom, that means it's on. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer is above Trustee Canova. He mans the timer. So when it beeps, that means your 2 minutes is up. Please stop your comment when the timer goes off so that we can ensure everyone gets 2 minutes. But if you don't get to finish, please email your entire comment to the board so that we can get all of your comments in their entirety. Okay, so we'll call up Leela Coughlin, Brian Brennan, and Linda Pascal.
Oh, I'm ready. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for all staying late. I'm going to be really quick. My name is Leela Coughlin, and I'm speaking on behalf on the Santa Clara chapter of the Schools Beyond Screens. We are a growing coalition of local parents and educators who care about our students' well-being and academic growth, which we think aligns with Santa Clara's North Star. We are here tonight not to oppose technology, but we want to advocate for balance, intention, and developmental readiness. Across the state, the country, and our neighboring Bay Area districts, the conversation on educational technology has fundamentally changed since the pandemic. Districts like Mountain View have phased out one-on-one devices in grades kindergarten through 3rd, returning to shared classroom courts. Famously, the LA Unified School District enacted sweeping reforms to eliminate devices in TK through 2nd grade, and they restrict YouTube access and protect instructional time. Currently, Palo Alto, San Mateo, and San Jose are having the same vital discussions. The U.S. Department of Education now calls for independent proof of efficacy before deploying digital tools in the classroom. And research from AAP and the World Health Organization reinforce that foundational executive function, sustained attention, and deep literacy develop best through tactile human-to-human engagement. Our goal is to partner productively with everyone here to build a healthy and transparent instructional framework for Santa Clara Unified. We just want to introduce it. Ms. Calden, we also sent you an email with like a lot of research that we want to leverage from the work that you've done in Santa Cruz as well. So I'm going to yield my time because there's lots of people who want to talk to.
Hi, I forgot to print out my comment and I really need bifocals, so I'm going to wing it and we're going to see how that goes. I had a really fun comment on generative AI. I'll just email to you guys. I really want to emphasize a couple of things about the platform of Schools Beyond Screens of Santa Clara and also School Beyond Screen chapters nationally and especially in Los Angeles. We are so far away from being anti-technology. We just want it to be incorporated in a way where it serves individual students and gives parents, students, and teachers, especially, the option to choose modality that works best for them in the setting that they're in. I use AI. I'm sure all of you have used AI. The money where we live pretty much comes from AI and tech in some way. You know, there's no getting around that. We aren't looking for a little house on the prairie for our children. You know, I expect my son's probably going to work in tech in some way. But if you talk to anybody in tech or any other field, and this was addressed earlier, they talk about executive function. They talk about project management. You know, they don't talk about vibe coding with AI. They talk about, can you actually work well with others and implement? We have a wish list. Again, we can be in contact about that. We are looking for an EdTech and AI working group that includes parents, because we think that that's really important. We would love an AI moratorium, at least in elementary school, for generative AI student-facing, not teacher-facing. We have a wish list, but I really want to just emphasize that it really is collaborative. And most of all, because this comes up a lot, we absolutely recognize and respect the importance of access. I actually clarified this with my son's teacher when she said there would be no Chromebooks going home. Well, I'll email you. It's fine.
Good evening. My name is Linda Pasquale, and I'm a parent of students attending Booksir Middle and Santa Clara High School. I'm speaking to address student data privacy, transparency, and familial rights under California law. We need tech intentional schooling that prioritizes student well-being over excessive digital engagement. According to Internet Safety Labs K-12 benchmark, 96% of school apps share student data with third parties, often forwarding data to commercial brokers. A federal lawsuit right here in California against major ed tech vendors, including makers of iReady, Curriculum Associates, highlights parental concern over the tracking of children's psychometric and behavioral metrics without informed consent. To safeguard our students and maintain community trust, we request the board enact 3 concrete governance policies. First, require all classroom software to be ad-free and independently validated for efficacy, ensuring educational benefit clearly outweighs behavioral risk. Furthermore, screen time and gaming must never be used as a behavioral reward or incentive. Second, institute strict app-by-app parental consent in compliance with both COPPA and California's SOPIPA. This must be paired with administrative dashboards so parents have actual visibility into daily screen minutes. Third, establish a clear penalty-free opt-out pathway under California Education Code Section 51101. Families who choose offline paper-based assignments for their children must receive equivalent educational materials without academic penalty or stigma. Our public school system should empower parents and students as primary stakeholders and protect our children from commercial monetization. By tasking these decisive steps, the district can lead the way in creating a safe, focused, and truly educational environment for every student. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask if we could direct Assistant Superintendent Calden to work with these groups. I've been pretty outspoken about digital textbooks and wanting our rollouts to have physical books that are going home. And I think this goes along with that. So if we could encourage that partnership to move forward, to come back to the board.
And we'll talk about it, come up with a plan and share it with our board.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, because I definitely would like to see a report come back to the board. I think that's what Dr. Wright just suggested, but I want to make sure that's not assumed, it's clear. I'm very interested in what was said earlier, and we can't talk about it now, but I would like to see us get a report so we can have an intelligent discussion about it. Thank you.
Trustee Canova?
And just to restate it, the board cannot respond to this, obviously, but we can direct statements to our superintendent. And so I've spoken about it in the past at, when we have our study sessions, but I just view technology as an infrastructure issue. And so I would just encourage you to maybe consider when we have our study sessions that some of the issues that were raised here are kind of brought into the conversation. That would be helpful to me. I'm only one of 7, but I would like to see that.
Trustee Muirhead?
I appreciate the speakers coming forward. They raised some really good points. I'm especially interested in the TK to 2nd grade or 3rd grade. There's been some discussion about that, about when is it a good use and when isn't. So I'd like to hear back some more information on that in the future.
Trustee Fairchild?
We've danced around this topic for probably a year to 18 months. Can we just put it on an agenda and have a discussion?
Yeah, that was the request.
I know, but
Yeah.
can we pick a by the end of October?
I'll talk with
Thanks.
Dr. Wright and as Assistant Superintendent called in, and we'll schedule it for in the very near future.
Okay.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. First, I want to thank the parents that came forward and thank you for sharing the information and the research that you've done. This topic is, like Ms. Coughlin said, a very timely conversation, and it's being discussed nationally, if not even around the world. So thank you again for bringing it forward. Thank you for sharing the information with the staff, and I look forward to the report that comes back to the board. So thank you again.
Okay. So I have 2 other comments. Anthony Becker and Abel Becker.
Good evening. For a decade, I have watched what I believe is a pattern of conduct by board member Kathy Watanabe that has damaged public trust here and on the city council. This is about public accountability and it relates to whether this individual can be trusted to serve in this board and to make decisions about children's future, as well as she could be trusted to be leading our mayor as mayor of this community. In 2021, there was a Stop Asian Hate rally that was put on by Kathy Watanabe. Towards the end of the event, I witnessed Councilmember Park try to ask Councilmember Watanabe to speak. Kathy paused, looked at Mayor Gilmore, and Mayor Gilmore shook her head. Then Kathy looked and said, "No." You denied the only Korean council member to speak. Shortly after, I got the video footage of you denying Councilmember Park and contacted the journalist from CBS 5, Maria Medina. You then lied to the community about that, and then the video proved otherwise. The result was you were censured. Where are those that spoke out against it then? Where are you now? You should be speaking out again now. Does the Korean group that endorsed you know about this? In 2020, before I was ever on the city council, there's an endorsement for the LGBTQ plus organization, Stonewall Democrats. Kathy Watanabe, then a council member, entered the Zoom meeting and demanded that I leave the candidate interview, and she would not let it proceed. This caused some issues. This is not the only time Kathy has done this. Is this how the behavior she does as a board member and as in the community? If this is behavior, is this the type of behavior that a local Democrat or a MAGA mind? Do the Democrats know that you're endorsed by former MAGA judge Quentin Kopp, who signs his letters yours deploringly? And then 2022, Kathy Watanabe lied about me in closed session, saying that I abused her. She went to the media, had an investigation that proved it was unsubstantiated, yet no apology. Yet she then didn't have an issue in the meeting saying that I'm not going to listen to his BS anymore before she slammed her chair and ran out of the room. How is this person going to work together when she claims that that's about working together in the community? But again, it's the biggest issue is she violated the law by releasing a document that was confidential. And by that, she should be disqualified for running for mayor as well as holding her seat right now. So I ask you resign from the seat as you're in and also suspend your mayor campaign. Kathy, you're not above the law.
Okay, good evening. And okay, so my name is Abel Becker. So I spoke to the board last Thursday regarding my experience with board member Kathy Watanabe and the letter I sent requesting an apology. I'm here again because I have not received a response. So on July 30th, I emailed Trustee Watanabe and the school board regarding an incident in which she publicly confronted and berated me over comments I'd made on Facebook. So what concerns me now is not the incident itself, but the complete lack of accountability afterward. I have given Ms. Watanabe an opportunity to respond. I have raised my concerns privately, and I've raised them publicly, and I've received nothing. So I believe elected officials should be held to a higher standard. They should be able to accept criticism, control their emotions, and engage with members of public professionally, even if they strongly disagree. So for that reason, I believe Trustee Watanabe should resign from the school board immediately, and her campaign for mayor for the city of Santa Clara. If she is unwilling to acknowledge or address concerns about her own conduct, I question whether she is prepared to assume an even greater leadership role. Leadership isn't about just authority, it's about accountability and how you treat people when you disagree with them. And as always, stand up and speak out against bullies, bullying, and hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on unagendized items in the room? Okay, I'm going to close comment in the room. Mr. Rico, do we have any comment in the Zoom?
We do. For members of the public attending the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. That should be found at the bottom of your screen on the platform. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one that we have here in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure that everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute your microphone. And our first commenter is James Rowan. And tech crew, I don't have hosting capabilities, so you're going to have to unmute them.
Madam President, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Good evening. My name is James Rowan. I'm a former employee of Santa Clara Unified and an alum of Santa Clara Unified, which was a great school district. Let me just say, which I find fascinating, that Anthony Becker, one of only a half a dozen elected officials in the history of the United States convicted for perjury and lying, a crime of moral turpitude, is now attacking Kathy Watanabe. By the way, the Kevin Park incident, I have an email of Kevin Park, which he sent to his political consultant saying he showed up to the meeting late so he could set Kathy up. Now, the record shows Kathy and I have known each other for a long time. Sometimes we've been on the same side, and sometimes we've been on opposite sides. But for the record, let me say, I find Kathy Watanabe to be one of the most honest, charismatic, and caring person in the history of Santa Clara. I've known her for a long time, and again, we've been on opposite sides, but I still find Kathy Watanabe is well suited to be a school trustee, and being a great parent, a loving parent, and a great library trustee. Without Kathy Watanabe, there would not be a third library branch, and that is important to kids. Kathy Watanabe would be a very good mayor. I actually am supporting someone else for mayor, but I would be more than happy and satisfied to see Kathy Watanabe as mayor. As far as Mr. Becker is concerned, he has gone over fantasies where he's called the city manager a liar, where he's said a member of the legislature that helps Santa Clara schools is a drug pusher, and a former LGBTQ leader, Evan Lowe, is a drug pusher. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I find...
Mr. Rowan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You've reached the end of your 2-minute comment period. However, the board would like to hear the rest of your comments. You can submit your comment to the board at public-comment@susd.net. Our next speaker is Christina McCalmont.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christina McCalmont, and I'm a parent at Scott Lane and a public school educator. I'd like to ask the board and the district to adopt updated policies regarding screen usage in the classroom, given ample evidence that shows it can be detrimental to the health and development of our children. Let's put into place clear rules and regulations regarding how much screen time, when to allow screen time, how to meaningfully integrate EdTech into the classroom, and how to limit access to inappropriate materials on the internet when screens are used for academic purposes. Additionally, let's explore alternative options for families that want to opt out of screens and provide teacher support in the form of additional planning time and high-quality paper-based material and textbooks. To be clear, I am not advocating for the total elimination of screens in the classroom. Instead, screens should be used thoughtfully and intentionally so our students can learn skills that will lead to academic success and career readiness. Technology should be viewed as supplemental, to be used in conjunction with traditional teaching and learning methods. It should not be used as a replacement to those methods. In the classroom, we quickly went from shared computer labs to mobile computer carts to now one-on-one devices for each student. We are now seeing the fallout from the increased access to technology. Decreased ability to focus, decreased fine motor skills, decreased literacy rates, decreased math skills, and decreased social skills. Removing pencil and paper has been truly devastating to our students, as the absence of physically jotting down notes circumvents the brain's natural process of taking in information and retaining it. Technology at its core is designed to simplify tasks and save time. But in a classroom, however, technology often robs our students of the right to think critically. Please work with parents and teachers to implement new ground rules regarding screen use and craft a way to reduce reliance on EdTech platforms that have not been proven to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. President Lieberman, that was the final comment.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. We will close unagendized public comment. Okay, we will move now to consent items, human resources, items I-1 through I-3.
Motion. Second, Rotterman.
Motion and a second. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0.
No, she can't vote on.
Item J1, the August 13th, 2026 regular board meeting minute.
You're right.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Item J1 through J14.
She can't vote on this. Second, Rotterman.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes
Didn't
7-0.
vote.
Oh, I thought she was leaving.
I made her stay for the vote.
Student trustee Suresh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that passes
let it go
7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Okay, item K1, resolution 2659, opposing the construction or operation of an immigration and customs enforcement detention center in Santa Clara County.
To approve, Muirhead.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee
I have a comment, please.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yeah, and I want to be really clear about how I go about this because I know this is a really emotional topic. And I have some serious objections to, I want to make it clear, I have serious objections to the administration's immigration enforcement policies. I'm deeply concerned about the due process, the conditions of detention, the treatment of families, accountability, the identification of enforcement officers, use of force. And as a school board member, I'm particularly concerned about the fear that these practices create in our students. That is why I'm going to support opposing an additional detention, ICE detention facility here when we vote tonight. But I want to make an important distinction. I do not believe that immigration enforcement itself is inherently illegitimate. I think every country has both a right and a responsibility to enforce its immigration laws, and there may be circumstances in which detention with appropriate due process and human treatment is necessary as part of the system. My objection is to expanding detention capacity in the context of the current policies that are being carried out today. Additional capacity enables expansion of an enforcement system that I believe currently has serious problems. However, I would like to suggest an alteration to the resolution that makes it clear that we don't disagree with legitimate immigration enforcement. So the change I'd like to do is the part that's standard is the Santa Clara Unified District objects to the detention capacity based on, because its anticipated effect on students and families in the context of the current enforcement and detention practices, not because the district believes lawful immigration enforcement or detention under appropriate circumstances is inherently legitimate. So I'd like to add that or change that one paragraph there to make it clear that we're not saying we don't believe in immigration enforcement. But we don't think that that detention center can be built with the current system in place.
Trustee Fairchild. She asked to comment first.
I seconded, I'm unwilling to do that change. I would like to move forward with that. His statement hasn't been vetted by attorneys, anyone else. This is a resolution that I know that has been brought forward at 14 other school districts preparing for a court date on September 8th. So I would like to go forward with a clean resolution that for the purpose of supporting our immigrant families as is without any changes as was recommended to us. And so that's my recommendation. I'm supporting it as is with no changes as it was brought forward.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yeah, I also believe that it should stay as is. It's been, this same one's been used in other districts and it's been vetted. So I am not interested in making additional changes to it. I think it's solid the way it is.
Trustee Canova.
Just a question for Mark. Could you remind us what percentage of our budget is from the federal government? I think it's single digit, is it not?
Yeah, it's going to be in the single digits.
Like 5% less? Less than 5%. So I support the motion as is.
Trustee
Uh,
Watanabe?
Thank you, President Lieberman. Yes, no, I support the resolution as it has been presented. I mean, my understanding is this is opposing the construction of the ICE facility in Gilroy, and that's really what this is about. So
Right.
I will, so I'm in full support of the resolution.
Let's go. Dr. Ryan?
Wait, I'm sorry, Trustee Ryan?
Yeah, I also I'm supportive of the resolution as it's written. I think it's clear what it's about, and there's no indication that more capacity is necessary. So I don't want to change the resolution.
I'm in alignment with my colleagues. I will support the resolution as written. I'm not comfortable having a discussion about what is legitimate and what is illegitimate when it comes to immigration enforcement. I think that word has been somewhat abused by our current federal administration, so I'm not interested in getting into semantics about that. So I will support the resolution as written. Okay, so I have a motion from Trustee Muirhead and a second from Trustee Fairchild.
President Lieberman?
Oh, Mr. Shu.
I wanted to clarify my response. Based upon our proposed budget, 1.5% of the general fund is coming from the federal government.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. 1.5%.
Okay. All right, so again, we have a motion from Trustee Muirhead and a second from Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item L1, Resolution 2656, affirming September as Suicide Prevention Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Fairchild?
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item L2, Resolution 2657, affirming September as Attendance Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Fairchild?
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Action item L3, Resolution 2658, National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Move to approve, Ryan?
Second, Fairchild?
Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. A reminder that action item M1 was pulled. Action item M2, revised job description, print shop specialist. Any,
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
did you have a question, Trustee Muirhead? Okay, go ahead.
I was going to wait for a second.
Oh,
Second, Watanabe.
okay. Trustee Muirhead.
I was just wondering, usually these things come to us twice. Has this one come before? I don't remember.
Mr. Shu.
This is an update, not a new one. So because it's an update to an existing job description, it's only coming once.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item N1, Resolution 2654, change order number 2 to the contract with Satellite Painting, Inc. for painting revisions under bid package 9.9 for the Laurelwood Elementary School project at the Patrick Henry site.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild?
Trustee Muirhead.
I was just wondering, I believe this is the one for anti-graffiti painting. And I was wondering, is this something that we have not done and this is going to be our new standard? Or was there some reason why we're adding adding it here.
Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Can you remind me which policy you're referring to again?
This is the contract with Satellite Painting, Inc., N.1.
If I may, I don't think that we have established a district standard for this, but we did apply the same coding to all of the school buildings on the Ag News campus. And we had an opportunity to do it with the painting of the Briarwood campus. So we took the opportunity to do it there as well, and we'll be doing it on the Laurelwood campus also.
So we're looking at case by case basis, whether we do it or not, or
Well,
they're,
I think it's probably accepted that we would do it with the bond project. Where the bond is funding it, we will do it.
So to answer your question, we will continue to evaluate the possibility of doing this on other campuses. This is an opportunity for us to do it here on this campus because it's coming out of bond dollars. We would evaluate the possibility of doing that as funding becomes available throughout the rest of the district as well.
so if we're just doing maintenance, includes painting a school, for instance.
Then that would be the logical time to go ahead and apply it at that point in time after you've gone ahead and repainted the school.
Okay, just not out of bond money.
Just not out of bond money unless that was part of the bond project. But if it was just the maintenance of a school and we were repainting a school, then no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, I have a motion from trustee Rotterman and a second from trustee Fairchild. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Item N2, Resolution 2655, change order number 2 to the contract with Dual Steel, Inc. for miscellaneous metals revisions under bid package 5.2 for the Laurelwood Elementary School project at the Patrick Henry site.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Information item 01, the first reading of board bylaw, board policy exhibit updates recommended from policy committee meeting on August 11th, 2026. Do we have any questions or comments on any of these policies? No? Okay, so these will come back for second reading. Okay, we'll move now to items from the board. Trustee
I'm just
Rotterman.
going to announce I'm going to step away from the meeting now. So thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you, Trustee Ryan.
Yeah.
Trustee Rotterman.
There's a lot. I got older. I think I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, Trustee Fairchild.
Ivan was able to attend Bracker's back to school night this week, as well as their fun run, which was a lot of fun. It's just so it's been just an exciting start of the school year. And I'm excited to be able to go to some more back to school nights as they come up. It's been a little bit of a challenge. I have to say, we're very excited at Wilcox to have the pool being worked on, but it has added a complicated layer of carpooling over to Peterson. And so I hope, I know for my family, it's been quite a juggle. So as parents are trying to get over from the schools, I appreciate the efforts the district is making to get the athletes over to Peterson after for the practices, but it's definitely been an adjustment. I know that I just want to thank everyone for their patience as I know having high schoolers and getting them up in the morning, it's the grogginess. So thank you, the high school teachers, for being patient with the grumpy teenagers. So Anyway, it's almost September and I can't believe it. So we've made it through that first few weeks of school.
Trustee Muirhead.
Well, we've started back at school, so it's been great to see kids and staff so engaged. I had the opportunity to get to a few back to school nights at Pomeroy, Milliken, Central Park, Sutter, and Bookser, and I'm thinking there's one more. So my apologies out there if I went to yours and I've forgotten about it. But they're always fun to see, and I sat in especially on several kindergarten classes and seeing those brand new parents who are just taking it all in. It's fun to see.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you. I attended the Hughes, Montague, and Don Calajan back to school nights, and I was just really happy to see how all three campuses were bustling. And I have to say, I sat in on a TK class orientation, a parent orientation with Maureen Medeiros, who's worked very hard on the TK programs for the district. And so it was a real joy to hear what they're planning on doing and how they keep those little ones occupied during the day. And so anyway, it was just great to be able to be on all of those three campuses and just see how everybody's progressing, and sounds like they're going to have a really good school year. Thank you.
Trustee Canova.
Told me not to talk so much, so I have nothing.
You have, I didn't tell you not to talk so much. Well, I say, okay. Well, I did, okay. Not technically blabby. I know, because I just, to blab. I've already talked about going with the Santa Clara Schools Foundation to the Bay FC game on Sunday. As a ticket holder for the Earthquakes, it was very cool to go on the field. So that was super fun. But it was great to honor all the high school athletes on the field and participate in pregame festivities with them and their families. As it was mentioned by our union leadership and Dr. Wright, I was at the LAMPS LMI workshop on, what day was that? Yesterday? I was really pleased with how well that went, how honest and open and productive those conversations were. And I'm looking forward to continuing to do that work and develop our partnership moving forward. Because I agree with our union leaders. A lot of positives come out of that partnership that we don't celebrate enough. And that we never hear about because they get solved before they come to this room, which is how it should be. And I think we tend to focus on all the negative things that happen. And I think it's great that we will start to highlight the positives because that partnership is really doing some great work. So anyway, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman. Oh, I forgot this.
And then Dr. Ryan is offline, so we can just say, all those in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes 6-0 with Trustee Ryan absent. We are adjourned at 9:56.